Hello, everybody. My fucking stream isn't working. Okay, cool, great. God damn it! I was waiting for these guys to stop talking, and now stream's not working. Yeah. Okay, hang on.
Technology. Now we say random words.
Hang on. Why is nothing? Oh, my. God damn it. Okay. Why? Why? Why are you being like this? Okay, here we go. Here we go. Okay. Let me. Boom. Okay, sick. Woo! Alright. So, hello, everybody! And my webcam's just. Okay, what? Okay, it's still working. It just glitched out for a moment. It's glitching again. Okay, my webcam is. Okay. Fuck it, I'll deal with that another time. Hello, everybody. We are back with another session. Galavants through Rashiva. So. It's been a while. Yeah. Um, but yeah, it's been a while. We had a session a while back, but I was not able to attend, so there was a stream of it. And this time around, or last week, Discord was refusing to work, so we had to delay it. But we're back, finally. Yeah. Yeah.
I'll have to save that for after.
Yeah. But yes, yeah. And while they're doing the thing, I'm going to figure out something here with my webcam. So yeah. All right, so yeah, you're coming through. All right, so since my webcam has decided to not work, I am now a JPEG, just like everyone else. So let's go. Oh. Yeah. You mutual love. Oh boy. Yeah, don't you know that if you end the semester with gold with cold seconds left over, you get extra credit. Oh, that's damn. Oh yeah, Roll20 has gotten a lot of down. What? What the fuck? Why the fuck not? What the hell? Okay, hang on. Why the fuck are you not? Why? Why? It's not. Okay, so for some reason, the stream here is not detecting any audio from Discord, and I don't know why. It's I shouldn't be. That doesn't make any sense. Yeah. Yeah, I literally have an audio source in my stream that only captures audio from discord.exe. Oh? No, that's it coming through my microphone. Wild. Okay, I'm gonna just delete that whole capture.
VPNs because everybody's having the issue. Fuck. Well, I guess that's it for session.
Let's go.
My character sheet, like traits on it. Anywhere. I don't think I did, but just in case I did.
Try now. Still not. Fuck. No, I can literally see on my end there is no audio coming in on the Discord thing. Absolutely nothing. Fuck.
Stuff and they've at least
Oh.
Yep. I can't believe it's on Reddit. It's on Reddit too. Roll.
Oh, this is fucking great. Cool.
you are able to get on, or COVID, you are able to get on, and are able to get you to your character sheet and screenshot it, please.
Hey. The fuck are you not capturing Discord, bitch? I understood like half of that. Okay, I'm at control panel. Okay. Yeah. It's coming out of my monitor like it's supposed to. I don't see anything related to OBS. Because it's supposed to just capture anything that comes out of Discord.exe, but it's not. I open up my volume mixer, like the volume is doing the mix, it's doing the volume thing, but OBS is just refusing to pick it up. Okay, how do you exit out of Discord? Does anybody know how to close Discord?
I think.
Alright, guys, pack it up.
Okay. That fixed audio. Sick.
Yeah, I thought as well that'd be just a simple thing to try.
Why I
Okay.
click on something on accident?
Okay, so. Alright, so that's working. Roll 20 seems to be working again.
For the moment.
Dun, 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 dun,
Hey, what else are y'all doing?
I have 2 characters printed
just
out already. Let's see if up.
Okay.
Gideon.
All right. So, Mari, you're certain that everyone else can be heard presently on stream, right? Okay.
Although, okay, never mind.
Although, he says, oh no.
No, I just it looked like my own mic audio was really low, but it was just because I had set my microphone down. All good. We're all good.
Okay, I'm ready.
Okay. All right. So, we're just going to do a rapid fire recap. Backstory stuff happened for Gideon. There was meeting of a lizard folk called Guzzles Many. People got drunk. Val went to the Temple of the God of Life, prayed for forgiveness, which is very cool. There was explorations into the backstory of Gideon, learning that he perhaps once served under a known alchemist and golemancer. And I think that's the rapid fire of it done. We have arrived at the breakfast table of the Rune Shaper family. Fluff to describe the scene where there's, food on the table, Mara sipping coffee through crazy silly straw. Yeah.
I will be
And a
right back.
moment
I
where
am out of
Gideon-
paper.
Yeah, Gideon
Yep,
was
and,
giving Mara looks TM.
Right.
Yep,
And
and Gloria
Gideon,
asked
you
what was
were
wrong.
right. And you were attempting to deceive.
Yes, I was trying to deceive my wife. Like
a
all
totally
good
a wise
husbands.
idea.
Yeah, it's like as if that's going to end well.
Why did I do 8 radiant? Did I smack Gloria with the power of holy energy? What was the 8 radiant
no.
from?
Something else last night.
Oh no!
Okay. All right. Okay. Cool.
Okay. Everything good?
Awesome.
Everything good.
Fuck.
Well, that roll is not good.
All right. So, Gideon just sort of looks to Gloria, gives her the fakest smile. This is a front. This is him faking it, but not even making it. He just simply smiles. Doesn't try to reach his eyes. Not try any amusement. Not any joy in it. Yeah, of course I'm fine.
We are out of printing paper. Entirely.
It's all right. Just take screenshots. We don't need to be taking full paper character sheets,
Lies.
especially since we're doing it all online. Not to mention, then it'll be easier to update if they are screenshots. We can just take fresh ones when we update the character sheets.
Lies and slander.
All right. So Gloria looks to you, Gideon, and she nods, but has that look of she'd like to investigate more later.
That press X to doubt. It's on her face.
Indeed.
Yep. And the moment she nods back, that smile just leaves his face, drops immediately, and he continues to not quite eat. He is simply sort of poking away at the food.
Hmm. Is anyone else doing anything at the breakfast table this morning?
Is there equivalent of like a newspaper or something?
Hmm, not necessarily. You might be able to perhaps ask some of the members at the table for any news that might be happening.
Yeah, I think Val would do that. He'd probably be having mostly just idle chatter of what are some of like the current happenings in the Dwarven Kingdom that people are talking about.
Okay, do it in character.
Ah, I'm taking a bite of food.
How dare you?
I know, right? How dare I eat?
Eat in character.
I mean, I could. So Val's basically eating a bagel with fancy cream cheese on it. Who would be closest sitting to me? Just one of Barrick's siblings or father or somebody?
Like, who would just be sitting nearby you, or?
Yeah.
It is currently Gavin, oddly enough, shoveling meat into his mouth.
I mean, I would also presume you might have sat yourself somewhat nearer to the head of the table, perhaps just out of natural habit.
Probably, yeah, because Val would probably have been from being in Lylarica, have been used to sitting at the head of the table.
Okay.
But this isn't his house.
I don't think they would have begrudged you that. They would have perfectly well permitted you to sit near the head of the table. Not at the head of the table, of course, but
Yeah.
near. You're maybe like, 3-4 seats away.
Yeah. So Val would be sitting there eating, drinking his morning tea and such, and look over to whoever is probably actually sitting at the head of the table, because that's the, head of the family, important seat of the house, right?
Mm-hmm.
So any what's happening here in the Dwarven country? I'm unfamiliar of any big news of anything happening besides when I arrived.
You see the father of the Rune Shaper family. He pauses and holds up a finger and finishes his bite of food. And he neatly sets his utensils upon practiced locations on the table, and then tenses his hands. There is some news. Word comes from the fortress castle that our Hammerlord plans something. I think it is to be some kind of festival, maybe? Actually, that is, I think, why he had asked after Barrack. So a lot of you may actually be going sometime today. I don't think immediately, but sometime today. He expressed an interest in hearing the opinion of easily the least biased of we rune shapers, and that would be Barrack. As for other forms of news, there is well, you'll often hear rumors of our dear princess having been murdered. Very tragically unfortunate. There was also a series of disappearances in our warehouse district, and let me think. Small time gossip around that. I think something to do with families disputing over who stole whose dog. Not business that would be serious to folks that aren't dwarves, but familial disputes as that can get quite heated.
Let's see. Lana,
Mm-hmm.
when we arrived, maybe I'm remembering this wrong, so someone else correct me if that is the case, but we were told the princess died of sickness, I thought.
Thus why he outright stated that it is a rumor.
Okay.
Yes. One should listen with ears, theoretically.
Yes, I just wanted to make sure that I'm remembering certain events right because it's been a minute.
Gotcha.
I'm sorry, my ears work. My brain doesn't right now.
That's also fair.
understandable.
My brain is very broken. I was literally just talking to Jask about that a moment ago. Anyways, you said that it's rumored that the princess was murdered?
He pauses again and seems to be contemplating his words over a bite of food, and then nods. Again, in practiced fashion, placing his utensils back as they should be. It is indeed rumored. The thought is that I don't personally believe this myself. I mean, they haven't been seen in 2,000 years. But as some of the more. And he rolls his eyes at this. Wild rumors say. Believers in the goddess Zarim might be behind it. Personally, I think such things are preposterous.
And due to the fact that they just haven't been seen in 2,000 years?
Very specifically, followers. I mean, you'll see folk that will claim her name, that will proclamate their faithfulness, but the true worshippers, those called her 60 lovers, they haven't been seen in, indeed, 2,000 some years. Records of even where her singular church is located have been lost since then. Even we rune shapers can't find it.
Well, even skipping the fact that, say the followers of, I'm sorry, correct me if I missay this, Zareem?
Zareem, yes.
Zareem, okay. Even it's not her true followers. I'm sorry, what did you refer to them as? The 60
lovers.
The 60 lovers.
It's at least what they call themselves.
Right.
Actually, let me halt you there. You are familiar with the goddess Zareem, correct?
I am unfortunately not educated in this manner.
Ah, I see.
Would
To
I
put it,
know anything about this?
roll religion.
Lo and behold, something I'm not proficient in. That's a 21.
Nope.
Makes sense.
You think about it, and about all you know is that you've heard the name. So he again tents his hands, and he replies, Zareem, she is the lover of blood. She is murder, killing, destruction of innocence. She is everything that a murderer reveres, chases after. The high of the kill, blood running through the streets, at least as far as the old legends go. It's said that she was among the first of any mortal being to ascend to godhood. It was a series of murders so passionate, all in the same day. It was said that she, by her single hand, slew every guard, every man, every woman, every child that lived in a city of thousands, such that you could dip your foot ankle deep in the blood that ran through the streets. And it was in this, an act so profane, that she ascended. And since, only 60 followers has she chosen to truly be her very own. "30 clerics and 30 paladins. And, as mentioned, you'll hear people calling her name, but it's virtually impossible that it would be one of her actual 60 followers.
Of course, if that is the case, but shouldn't the worry be lied then, per se, that it is not one of her followers, but just another person perceiving themselves to be a follower of her?
My friend, my good elven friend, you 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 underestimate a dwarven love for rumor. Surely that would be a more sensible outcome, but they would sooner love to spread any tale or rumor than to simply let it lie at the truth. They aren't as practical as elven and human folk.
Ah, I see. So, in order to find out anything, you really have to dig around through all the rumors to get to the truth, then.
Oh, of course. It's a curse of our long-standing familial traditions. Between feuds of families large and small to gatherings that the records of which span whole halls in and of themselves, of who met who and who has said potential things of interest, what rumors were spread amongst families. We get bogged down in such things so easily.
Anything to keep a conversation interesting, yay?
Such indeed is the curse of being so familially centric.
Then is the truth then that she did die of a disease?
Now that, I think, is something not for me to say, but for the Hammer Lord himself to say. If you do wish more solid evidence, I would speak to him.
Val nods in understanding.
Who is this that was speaking right now?
That was the father of the Runeshaper household.
Oh,
All right, okay. I'm all good now. Okay.
All right, good. Welcome back.
Yes.
Gavin
Goes hi.
takes
That was a
takes
cough,
a
but thank you.
breath after eating about 5 metric tons of food or something, and with just a napkin, very politely wiping down his lips, looks over. Well, I think it would be possible that for at least some of our endeavors, the propensity for the dwarven love of rumors to be quite advantageous. Nothing to do with the princess or that matter, mind you. I actually would like to ask you for some assistance. I sold an artifact about 150 years ago or so. Here, around here. I am cutting out so bad. Oh my god. Ah.
Wow.
Blah. I sold an artifact about 150 years ago, around here somewhere. Crystal orb. It's a gem of the sea. It was requested of me by its proper owner to retrieve it and its fellows. So, if there's any rumors about such kind of an artifact, that would be fantastic. I would be very grateful to learn anything.
His eyes turn to another of the Rune Shaper family sat at the table, and he makes a wave of the hand. Said dwarven member immediately bolts from the chair, picks it up before it falls to the floor, slams it back in against the table, and is bolting down the way. We'll see what information turns up as to that.
Many thanks. And Gavin bows his head slightly.
He returns the polite bow.
Gavin continues eating.
What about as to the rest of you? You there, our very cute tiefling guest and our dragonborn guest. Have you anything?
No, I don't think there's anything you can do to help me now. I'm fine.
He nods, and then his gaze turns to you, Mara.
Sorry, what?
All good. Effectively, the father of the Runeshaper family had asked if there was anything that he could do, as he had basically offered his hospitality and informational resources through his many related family members.
Did we ever establish what Mara's parents were named?
I do not believe that we had. What is Mara's? Presently, her last name is Galanodal. However, what was her maiden name?
Tornka, Tornka.
Okay.
Mara's parents were named Sam and Frobo.
Tonka.
Tornka.
Okay.
Frobo.
Hey Lana, when you get a moment, can you add the goddess's name to the lazy notes for lazy tieflings?
There you go. 2 names. Bam. Right off the dome. And yes, absolutely.
All right, yeah. So Mara thinks about it for. Oh, do you think you should help find 2 people named Inshallah and Raymundus Tornka?
He pauses and he looks off to the side. You know, I'll send word. I think it was. They may have stopped by through this city and passed on to one of the others. Yes.
Oh,
I'll
really?
put out word for you. And he makes a sharp, louder whistle than that. That sort of like goes like, ha, kind of loud. And there is then a thud on the rooftop. It says, if you will excuse me, I will go see to that letter being sent. As for anyone else, is there anything more I can do?
Oh, do you happen to have a teleportation circle anywhere here on the premises?
No. Actually, at present, nobody is truly permitted to use such things except the Hammer Lord and his family. As you may have noticed, militaristically speaking, we are increasing our presences, and so therefore, we are dissuading outside contact.
Hmm. Very well. I'll probably be doing some heavy research into various subjects with Barrack while I'm here.
Please remember, Barrack will have his duties to attend to at the fortress castle. Make sure that you allow him to see to these today.
Of course.
Very good then. He nods, and then if no one has anything else, steps out of the room.
Gavin continues eating.
Okay. So then, what is the party plan to continue with what I think was established of see the sights of this city? Do you intend to go directly to one of the libraries, or do you intend to see what is going to occur at the castle?
That is a good question. um, Bear kind of looks at everyone else for this because he has his own opinions, but he kind of want to sees what the rest of the party wants to do.
I really have three objectives while I'm here. One is research, two is finding that orb, and three is backing you, Barrack. So, one of those is very kindly being taken care of by your father as best he can at the moment. So really, for me, I'm waiting on you.
Yep. I know I would likely have limited time today just because of what my father had said about my presence being requested.
Is this just your presence, or are other people allowed to come?
Good question. I wasn't told all the details, all other than what was heard. My presence is required. I'm not. We could definitely ask if you guys are allowed.
You hear one of your sisters go, ahem, Beck could ask our father.
He already walked out.
He can go after. Pardon, strong water.
Yeah, what's the alcohol content? What's the proof of that water?
Glaring.
I
This
can
is a
guarantee
genuine question.
probably not 0.
Probably not 0.
And you know what? I should probably go through then. I'll stand up to go after my father to ask.
Okay. So you go, chase after, and in short order, you come across him stepping up one of the flights of stairs toward the roof of your ancestral home.
Father,
He pauses and turns to look to you.
was it just my presence that was requested for the Hammer Lord, or would it be allowed for me to bring my friends? Do you know?
Although I believe it was originally just you asked after, it may serve best in the interest of diplomatic and simply good appearances. It may be best to bring your friends along with you also.
Yeah, because yeah, especially with what you said earlier, mentioned to Val earlier, the fact that he was asking for the least biased of the family, and then which, as you stated, was me, and then may bring truly unbiased people. Oh, I'll probably bring them then. Thank you.
Of course.
I know you have business to attend to, so I'll leave you to it. I don't want to interrupt you too much.
Mm-hmm.
And Barrick will, make the appropriate, farewell, gestures and head back towards the rest of the party.
Okay. So the rest of you all see Barrick return to the room.
The rest of you guys should be allowed. I know the request was only just for me, but originally, but I think it might serve matters better to have all additional unbiased, parties there.
I certainly have no objection. In fact, it's best of me to at least probably stop by and see the Hammer Lord as King of Lylarica. It's somewhat rude that I haven't already gone to visit him.
Yeah, I was about to say, especially considering you're a visiting dignitary,
Mm-hmm.
you of all people probably need to make an appearance. Or need/should, I should say.
Etiquette speaking.
Yeah.
Guess that means I'm coming too. At the very least, I'm Val's secretary or something.
I'm not entirely sure what your job is.
I'm pretty sure I'm just the government at this point.
Val kind of like nods his head and would raise like an eyebrow thinking about it. It's like, I mean, yeah, kind of ish. Might as well be.
It's like at this point, probably the personal secretary or something along those lines.
Yeah.
I am the Fed.
Basically, my retainer.
Yeah.
Gavin is the entirety of the NSA.
Good God. Okay, so we're gonna go back to Lilarica at some point, and we're gonna take you down a couple pegs. We're not doing this again. Last time there was a guy like that in charge, like the whole of Lilarica's government got fucked up.
Oh. I remember certain individuals, they were not fun. Glad they're not in government anymore.
For now.
Not to take us out of game, but I do have to go and get my roommate.
Indeed.
How dare you?
So take a quick break and reconvene in about 2030.
Okay.
All right.
That's
see you
quite a
guys
few
then.
years away, but all right.
The
I take the
rapture has
freeway now.
happened. Half of us are gone.
I mean, I could believe that.
All right.
All right.
There's
See you guys.
half of the world's population is dead. Greta Thunberg rules the world.
Ugh.
All right.
I know.
and
Horrifying.
Right, yep. See you in 15 minutes. Currently thinking about. I've heard they've got really good city design. It's actually a good place to live in. Yeah. Hi. Hi. Currently trying to make a new overlay for D&D streams now that my webcam don't work no more. What? What? You Koga, you need to learn to enunciate, and I can't understand the thing. I have no idea. Whoops. Hang on. Sorry. I forgot to put in the Okay. Why? Okay, there we go. Okay. All right. So, hello everybody. And
Wow, this looks professional.
Mara does a good job. Our host does well. Let's make sure we give credit where credit's due. It does
Oh,
look very good,
damn.
though. I like it.
Yeah, no, that looks excellent.
Awesome.
Big props, mad props.
Glad to hear.
That's sweet.
All right. And so yeah, welcome back. We are here to continue our dungeoning and dragoning. Oh yeah.
Excellent.
We're gonna
Excellent.
lock the dragons up in the dungeon. Let's go.
Glory already does that. We've been there.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Mara. You know what has to happen.
Time to drag more dragons down to their fate in the dungeon. The German sex dungeon. Let's go.
You can try.
German.
But yes. So, what was the plan? I'll ask you all to decide quickly, or else I will decide for you. Are you going to be proceeding with any personal research? Are you going to be heading to the fortress castle? What's the plan?
Barrick, if you don't mind, I'll probably be sticking with you. So when you're ready to leave for the fortress, because I know you have the limit up today to do it.
Yeah. Today, probably within the next few hours, most likely.
Yeah.
Well,
So
then-
I'll be sticking with you for today then.
Let's do fortress first, and then we can hop, skip, and beat over to libraries and research later, afterwards, sometime.
That's actually probably a good idea, so that people aren't kept waiting on me. I'd rather not have that happen, especially when it's the Hammer Lord of all people.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Just give 'em-
definitely not somebody that I'd like to keep waiting.
I just need 5 more minutes. I need to finish this hat. Cue the Dragon Ball meme of someone just chewing through an entire bone of ham.
What the rest of you guys are doing besides the bears that's asking the rest of our party that is not Gavin and Val.
All right, you guys are going to the fortress castle.
I know at least Barrick, Val, and likely Gavin are. I'm not sure what everyone else is. If they're coming along or not.
Okay, then I'll
Um,
ask directly. Gideon and Mara, are you both going to be going with?
I was waiting for Mara to speak up, I'm not gonna lie.
I'll be honest. No idea what's going on.
I mean, in fair, that
Okay.
kind of seems like a very Mara thing.
Like
What
just
world
waking
is
up.
Mara in? The world may never know.
She may
Wait,
not
wait.
even know.
Which world may not know? They don't know.
Her brain is a portal to the astral plane.
Brain is Mara's brain is a social concept.
So, anyways,
Construct. Sorry.
so the discussion is of who's doing what now. Val and Dr. Gavin are going with Barrick to go see the Hammer Lord.
Because
And
Barrick's presence was requested by the head honcho, so
Seems
Mhm.
like
Kinda
politics.
yeah. Kinda has
So-
to go.
yeah, so we're figuring out where everyone's going. So if you guys are coming with us, or if you're gonna do your own thing.
Wonderful answer.
Mara. Hey, Mara.
Huh?
Mara and Gloria. You two should go with them. I think I'll just stay here for now.
Not coming?
No, I'm good. I'm not up for it.
I'm surprised, considering that you could maybe ask the Hammer Lord about stuff.
What would he know?
How would I know? I'm not the Hammer Lord.
You never know unless you ask.
Mm-hmm.
He's dead. There's nothing to know anymore.
Well, you don't seem very convinced of that, and you're not convincing us really of it either.
Right, because he's just going to suddenly say, "Oh yes, he's totally alive," and every book ever is fucking lying. Right.
Well, the decision is ultimately yours, but
So he's saying you guys must ask for me.
However, we do also know enough to know you with your thoughts right now is probably not a good thing to be left alone with.
And what's that supposed to mean?
We
you're
care
a
about
ticking
you.
time bomb ready to go off at any moment.
We care about you enough to know that you should not be left alone.
So,
Your thoughts, your thoughts. You as a person, lovely. Your thoughts sometimes I have noticed, do tend to get you down and take you down a darker path. And like a depreciating cycle.
fine, but who's going to tell Mara?
Gloria points at Mara sitting right there.
Hi.
Of course. Why? Okay. You're going to look at Mara. Go to speak. Go to say something. And then just sort of shuts his mouth and looks away. Let's just go. We shouldn't be wasting any time.
Are they get him?
Yes, I'm fine. Let's just go.
Um.
Well, are the rest of you ready?
I'm ready when you
Okay.
are.
I was just about to say I'm ready to go when Barrick's ready. So
I think we're just waiting on Gavin to finish up eating.
It's about the time you say that there is one very, very clean bone set down on a plate. Gavin wipes his lips with a napkin. Right.
Good to go then?
Mm-hmm.
Thumbs up.
Val nods.
And I'll stand up for and get my stuff ready. All right.
All right.
And we head off towards the Hammerlord.
Alrighty.
Woo.
Proceeding through this city of stone, the workmanship, the gardens, everything as pretty as the first time you walked through it originally. Now, on foot, you have a little bit more time to appreciate some of the architecture of it. You can spend a bit more time to look at it. Barrack, even, as you're walking. Perhaps you might regale the party with some stories of this drawing here was done by such and such and so and so. You know, I'm good at creating details off the top of my head, but I'm not that good.
This was done, like pointing to a statue as we're passing by. This was done by uh a family member of a distant relative of the one of the noble houses, which insert name of noble house here.
We're both only so good.
Or hammer. I don't know.
So, there's some history lessons as you go, but soon enough, you realize you've been walking a long time. And as you turn around to see what progress you've made, you're very nearly to the top of this mountain. You're looking out, and the whole of the countryside sprawls around you. You can see the little dots and pinpricks of farmlands, the various walls that help to defend the cities. You can see camps of soldiers stationed at various different areas. You can see the rest of this city sprawling before you as it clings to the mountain and even extends just beyond the foot of the mountain as well. Not much, most of that seems to be reserved for farmland, but some. Turning upwards to look, you can see the fortress itself. This is the very peak of the mountain, and it encompasses the whole thing. Battlements and ramparts, a virtually unapproachable wall that, if you were to be unprepared, you'd last seconds instead of minutes against its defenses. Even the most well-prepared attacking from above would be hard-pressed to last more than minutes against this imposing military perfection. From every angle you can see archers have viewpoints on you, have angles to fire from where you couldn't reasonably find a place to hide, catapults for flying creatures, and ballistas, and more. And then there is the gate. A huge 30-foot tall thing with carvings and names of the previous Hammer Lords upon it. And it opens to allow you entry.
Dwarven architecture never ceases to amaze me.
Yep, and that's it. That's even coming from me. Sometimes have to step away for a bit and come back to fully appreciate it.
I only ever really. I assume Val only would have ever seen dwarven architecture really in like books and such, right?
Indeed.
As reference material.
Indeed.
It never. It truly never compares. Seeing it up close and in person is incomparable to seeing an illustration of it.
Yeah. Pictures and drawings don't do certain things justice.
No, it gives you an idea at best.
Gavin leans over to Val and whispers a question. Out of curiosity, how would
Yes.
these defenses, based on your estimation, fare against a big-ass dragon that you guys encountered before you met me?
Without knowing certain details and just simply by looking at this. And if you're talking about what I think you're talking about.
Three-headed bozo.
Uh-huh, I figured. I don't think so.
How bad we talking? We talking
Calamity. World calamity.
battle of attrition to be failed, or are we talking tissue paper?
Tissue paper.
Well, we've got our work cut out for us. Time to cut some work out of them soon, eh?
Mm-hmm.
Gavin continues walking.
Val also continues walking, admiring the architecture.
Mm.
Gideon is going to simply be following the group. Preston hasn't really changed that much, and he's not even really paying attention to said architecture.
And Barrick will probably head towards the entrance. Or at least start making his way towards the entrance before, likely getting stopped.
There is a sound of someone speaking as you do pass through this main gate. You hear a halt. What is your purpose?
My name is Barrick Room Shaper. I was told by my father that the Hamlord was requesting someone from the Room Shaper.
Indeed. You are expected, Rune Shaper. Enter into the main audience chamber. The Hammer Lord awaits you.
Alright. And I'll step forward to enter in.
Alright. You proceed through this, and even on the interior of the castle, as you look around, there are defenses even within its interior halls. Guards stood up atop secreted balconies, places where really only because you're following the gaze of Barrick you even realize are there. Barrick, you've spent time practicing, seeing where these little hidden avenues are. So it feels like nostalgia to be able to still pick out where they're at.
Probably good, force of habit for some of it, and also just, hey, you're a bookworm, you should know where some of these are, in case, things you're needed in those positions.
As
But
you proceed through, another set of 30-foot tall doors, and there's the main audience chamber. You might expect it to be resplendent with fine metals, but it is instead a more mundane stone. It stands itself out by not being ostentatious, but by drawing itself by being made out of normal river stones. A pavement of such drives the main walkway towards the throne. The throne forged of commonplace marble, not even too distinctly hewn, but comfortably so. The only thing that truly stands out as a sign of status and wealth is a sword struck into the very head of the throne. It rises up and it feels powerful. Barrick, you'd remember that the sword has no recorded name.
it's just been there.
It was, at least as legends tell, found to have been struck into this throne long ago. The first Hammerlord that touched it was gifted knowledge of how to turn the raw irons into blades, to shape it into things, how the heating of it could turn it into a liquid. Well,
You're
through the
not
sword they
wrong.
learned of their mascot. That's the god of knowledge, for it is blessed by him. So you're not entirely off. And indeed, upon the throne sits the Hammerlord himself.
And Derek will approach when, it is requested and give the proper, the customary dwarven greeting to the Hammerlord.
What does this man look like?
One minute, I gotta look that up. I didn't have that prepared off the top of my head.
Lana not prepared? Shit.
How thick is he?
Depends
That's
on your
how-
definition of thick.
No, that's how dwarves determine who's the true king. Size of beard and overall thickness.
Oh,
Who rules? Only the thickest. Only the heaviest.
Traditionally, in the lands of the dwarves, it is who is the most well-learned, as well as a certain degree of lineage ascension also. There have been bloodlines of other kings and queens in the time of dwarves, but largely it is by whatever family is revered as most well-learned. The Rune Shapers could have a hold on the throne if they chose to pursue it.
They
Blood
just-
and meritocracy. Got it.
Yeah. It's like the Rune Shapers could if they wanted to. They just choose not to.
Alright, I cannot find where I put his name because I think I possibly used a different term to note it. So, for the moment, he shall just be the Hammerlord.
Lord thickness.
So after Barrett gives his greeting to the Hammerlord, Val will also give a proper greeting as well.
Oh, criminy. Okay, my bad, fellas. I'll be the resident Hammer Lord for now. I'm an idiot. I missed my cue. Anyway, I have one brain cell that's actively functioning right now. I do apologize.
Honestly, that's a mood, though.
You're the fucker who has the brain cell today. God damn it, share it.
Anyway, the Hammer
Yeah.
Lord sees you guys approaching, and he stands and he holds his arms out wide and he says, "Welcome! Welcome to the fortress. It's good to see you all here today. I assume, well, he doesn't have to assume, you just greeted yourselves. You, my rune shaper, I have many things to discuss with you. And you, an elven king. It is very good to see a fellow monarch here. It is honored you would come see me today."
The honor is mine, and thank you for welcoming me into your humble halls. I would have visited you sooner, but with the long journey and with having known Barrack, we stayed at the Runeshaper estate our first couple of nights here, and I'm just now making it to see you.
Understandable. Very understandable. Well, no harm done. You are here now, and that is all that matters.
What the matters that you wish to speak about? What are these more private matters, or would you rather talk about them out here?
Hmm. Lana. Is I assume this is a matter he would like to only discuss with the present party, or is this something he only wants to talk to specifically Barrack about?
The party at hand. You wouldn't even need to dismiss guards or any such. You would already know that they'd be trustworthy enough.
Okay, so there is no one else other than guards in the room right now, other than the Hammer Lord and the party.
Indeed. I mean,
Okay.
even if there were aides or so on, you'd already know they'd be trustworthy enough. Whatever matter was well to speak with trustees would be well to speak with them.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. The matter I have to speak with you about, well, you are all here, and you all must know about it. Anyone who is currently present is my staff. I know they won't say anything they shouldn't. So, anyway, he motions to a guard and like waves a guard over or whatever, and he says, please ensure that the doors are locked and this hall cannot be entered by anyone else until I am done with my business with these people."
You see him sort of lean down to his collar a little, and he speaks something that is silent. And throughout the halls of the castle, you hear metallic rumblings and shifting, and then you hear various locking systems resounding throughout the whole of the castle. And after about 15 such seconds, there is a silence that previously some of you have only heard in the Aurorum facilities. It is... You could spread the darkest rumor and it would not pass out of these halls.
It's like we're just saying something, considering dwarves love their gossip.
I'm imagining a crowd of dwarves on the other side with their ears all pressed to the door trying to hear.
Fucking mug glasses up to the door.
Anyway, well, as much as I wish to simply sit here and exchange pleasantries and have nice conversation, there is something a little more grave at hand that I need some counsel on. There is not really any way to ease into this. It is a matter regarding my dearly departed daughter. I suppose I shall simply get this over with. I am very certain. I would say I know for a fact that my beautiful daughter was murdered. And obviously, there is justice that needs to be carried out for such a heinous act. And I think I have a way to do that, but I need your advice on it. I plan on hosting a large party, one where many will be invited, and I am hoping that through this, the murderer will unwittingly show himself.
Pardon me, Hammerlord, but you sound in saying all of this that you are fairly certain you know whom the murderer could be then.
Lana? um, no, there is no solid evidence to tell exactly who, but there are some linkages. Um, I will admit it is sort of a work in progress plan at the moment, but
Then my apologies if I am overstepping, as this is your kingdom, your daughter, and your matters at hand. But Barrick, I also apologize because as I was also not invited to this. But doesn't it seem somewhat unsure then that a form of festivity would even lure them here? Such as if this was someone from out of town who travels from place to place, they would have no business to attend a party that essentially royals and nobles would attend.
well, um,
Unless, of course, that was part of their cover to be as deeming their persona as someone of high ranking society. But I assume also with the deed now said and done, they would have moved on by now.
well, there is a little more information I must share. Um, the thought process behind this is that, well, it is evident that my daughter's murderer was a believer of Zareem. We found a drop of blood which was turned to stone, where she died, and that is something that the believers of Zareem use to identify themselves. They are savage, bloodthirsty, sick murderers, and I feel like someone with that level of depravity would like to show up to a festival held in honor of one of their murder victims.
Give me 1 second.
I mean, something to consider is that by potentially doing such a thing, they could also lead for knowing like knowing what we do know about Zaraim, that might potentially draw a bigger target on at least certain individuals or multiple individuals, considering how, if I recall correctly, how she came into godhood. Uh,
I'm new to learning of Zareem and what she is a patron of, but to me at least, it seems like if that were the case, they already partook in their reveling of what they've done, uh, and that if they're still here, it seems to me you have more to worry about than trying to draw them into a party where they potentially could be looking to maybe cause more pain and suffering, and therefore killing more people, and especially some of your most esteemed leaders.
Lana,
I mean,
there are
that's
not many followers of Zareem, right?
Indeed.
Okay. Well, uh a it would be foolish to attempt to kill people in the middle of a very heavily populated party, and the followers of Zareem do not have many in number. There are not that many of them, and it would be stupid of one to try something because they would almost certainly be killed on the spot if they did try something like that. And again, there aren't very many of them to begin with. They would seek to preserve their own life to carry out whatever other crimes they could. They could try something to kill a bunch of people at a party and then get killed for it, or they could try to preserve their own longevity to try more heinous schemes further on down the line.
unless it's their coup d'etat. Such as, no, I am not speaking as if this would be something I would do, but this is something I have thought of as somewhat of my position that I would have worried about, which was at a grandor's party, slipping something into the food and drink so that the people who begin consuming it eventually will die a horrendous death. We know there are many concoctions that do that, uh, as sold on the black market and privately among certain collectors as a form of trophy.
The food and drink would be prepared very securely by people I trust very much.
But what after it has
Yeah.
left the kitchens and is now being distributed among the people?
We shall
Listen.
simply organize it in such a manner where this will not be a problem. The only people who will
Wow.
be serving the drink will be those people I trust. The only people serving the food will be people I trust. No one will be
But
able to
how?
slip anything into the food after it's out because there will always be eyes on the food.
But what if you have this person disguising themselves as someone you trust? Once the party is started, your attention is diverted elsewhere, as well as everyone else's. I'm sorry, to me the plan is flawed. There are too many possibilities that if that were the case scenario that they would go, that they could do it.
May I speak?
Yes.
Valve, listen. I don't think poisoning of all things would be what they do. Listen for a moment. It's Zareem, the blood lover goddess, parkin of murder and bloodshed and killers. Poison doesn't leave that much blood, and dead men cannot be killed. Besides even that, these are dwarves. They're more sturdy, more resistant to that sort of things right off the bat. If they were planning to attack, it would be a massacre. A, they would kill everyone by their own hands in honor of their goddess.
Unless they've adapted.
Which would be
I
my
don't
concern.
think reason. I don't think reason can be expected from someone who would worship them.
Or a stray lamb.
It could be
Perhaps, but
someone who is not an original follower, but believes themselves to be someone who's insane, but someone who is smarter, more patient than the old followers. It could also be old followers or their descendants, someone who carried along the line,
And
in which case they would have had to have adapted to have existed for as long as they did, and no one.
The biggest
Listen,
thing.
in any case, this, even if they do not attend the party in person themselves, if they catch wind of the fact that a party is going on for my daughter, that might do anything to bring them any closer to the surface. Even if it's not in the party at all, maybe people notice a suspicious person out in the streets trying to catch wind of what's going on. Just anything to bring this person out in any capacity.
I apologize if what I was saying was sounding like that the party was a bad idea. I do not. The party is to an extent a good idea. I am just worried for the prospect of something else happening if you believe that the person might be among that group. Does that make sense?
I see where you're coming from. Yes, it is an understandable concern to have that, poison in a barrel of mead just might cause death to many. I just simply believe that with how I will organize things, poison in and of itself will not be an issue. Um, anybody who has been in my anybody who has been in my port preparing my food, if they wished to cause some sort of extravagant death, um, if they wished to cause some sort of extravagant death, they could have easily killed me by now, which would have made a much bigger statement than killing my daughter. Also, as
Yes.
much as I appreciate the counsel of another monarch, Beric is my consultant here. He is the one I have specifically asked for advice. So, Beric, I would ask that you take the floor and speak.
Yeah, just giving me a moment to think here. It's just one of the biggest things is that, like as you said, like the fact that one of the big leads was that it was like a drop of blood turned to stone as a way to identify themselves as a follower, like as one of the leads. The fact that that the person had such knowledge of things is a big concern in and of itself. Um, and part of the thing that I'm trying to think of is just that, as I said, the party would, it could be used as a way to potentially draw out more information about, but or at least lead them to a point where, hey, whoever it was could be found. The biggest concern is going to be the where they show up, because as it was mentioned, they might not show up to the party might not be in the thick of it themselves, but they might still use the party as a means to do more in celebration of their god, the goddess.
May I ask a question, Hammerlord?
Fine.
How did you intend to host this festivity? Was it going to be here in your halls or somewhere else?
Lana.
Yeah, you're welcome to just ask me more in private. 'Cause I got you though. I got you.
I would message you in private, but then that would just leave in long, awkward pause. Like the Hammerlord's mind has to buffer for a little while.
Video games have
Yes.
loading screens.
Radio doesn't. Nothing more
Yeah, we
dreaded
can
than
superimpose
dead
them.
air. Mm,
I'm gonna host it on the
Okay, what's some ladies
moon.
tip?
Okay. Well, we were considering hosting it here in the hall, but it would be less likely that they would actually show up. Um,
My
so
thoughts exactly.
we have a designated festival ground that we shall be using to host this party. Things can still be controlled, such as, those who can even enter. The production for food will have very limited access. But since it is not taking place in the actual fortress, they should be a little more willing to show their face.
Understood.
I
I
have
think
a
the
question. If you
Mm.
don't mind me asking, and I hope you take no offense to this question, but in what manner was your dear departed daughter discovered? What exactly had happened? How was she found? And where?
That is information I'd rather not speak about.
If I, again, be so bold to ask, I think it would be wise for us to know at least where it is believed she was found.
That's fine that you
Uh,
think it would be wise. I would rather not talk about it.
would you please allow me to explain, though?
You may, but it will not change my mind.
It may pertain to how we go about trying to find this person.
It may also reveal insight into who the killer may actually have been.
I understand there may be benefits to gain, but for my own reasons, I really don't want to speak about it. Do not test your luck. Most of you are outsiders in my realm, and remember who the one I actually asked for advice is. Beric, your thoughts.
um, since it's if 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 it's going to be held on the festival grounds, and I know you did say you were going to be controlling for the like access points in terms of who can get in and out and food locations and stuff. I think part of it, like just part of what I'm thinking is obviously, have physical, like, you know, have guards there, obviously, that are, you know, as they are, recognizable as guards. But like another thing would potentially also be have some some guards that don't actively look like guards.
Understood.
Um,
Undercover.
yep. Because it's just one of those things where, um, no, like whoever this is will be likely not try to actively, at least immediately actively try and do something in front of a guard, or at least someone who's actively dressed as a guard. However, having a few that having, a number of guards that, are undercover could allow for some more forces to be spread out and around. Another concern would just be it's on the tip of my tongue right now. It's like the mental process is there, but the speaking it is not computing properly.
Brains are hard.
Yes.
Undercover guard? Like,
Yeah, no, use of undercover guards is one of the things. I think that, I think that one of the biggest things is to, do you have anything else with regards to leads and stuff besides what you had mentioned? Or at least any like suspicions? Or is it just what you've already told us with regards to that it's likely believed to be that the person is whoever it was a person was a follower of the goddess Zarim.
Well, now that you mention it, there was a group of traveling scholars walking about. They asked some odd questions, but they didn't seem too suspicious, so not much was thought of it. I suppose they could be a lead, since they were a little strange, but I don't know how fruitful that would be. There is another one. Allow me to search my memory for a moment.
Yep.
There is actually another band of adventurers that are staying nearby. They had given many people some rather off energy, I suppose, a very strange feeling about them. So, those scholars and those adventurers that some people just thought a little strange. Those could be two potential leads.
what?
I
Yeah,
will
that would.
also say we are using we are going to be taking great care when in terms of bookkeeping to log every single person who comes to this party, so that way we can see if they try to sneak in through some other means, then we should have an accurate count of who was there. We should have everyone's names logged, and if there are any irregularities after the party, that can also be investigated after the fact.
Indeed. And I know this could be out there, but just something to consider is considering, as was said before, that the followers of Zareem are few in number. Could there be the possibility that there's somebody who knows enough about them, or that they are likely using, you know, what their knowledge of the follower, the cultists or whatever, or what have you, of the goddess Zareem as like a scapegoat?
I do not believe that is a possibility. The head of the Holy Library would be the only other person I know who would have any direct knowledge on the followers of Zareem.
I mean, that is fair considering how limited the knowledge is surrounding her, and that's saying a lot considering even us rune shapers know very little. And I know we have tried, but that would actually be something to kind of look into, potentially see if, as said, it's an out there idea, but can't rule that out of the possibility, although at this point could be unlikely, at least without further investigation.
I see.
And that could be something that a few of us, that we could potentially look into, we could potentially look into some of these leads as kind of a little bit more unbiased, as I'm sure gossip would quickly spread if you or one of your men were to start looking into some of this stuff, considering us dwarves as a generality love gossip. You know how quickly that can get out of hand.
Very much so.
And that could just tip our hand to whoever it was.
Out of character, I'm going to apologize because my brain zoned for the past minute or two.
You're fine.
So, okay. I'm sorry. Hammerlord mentioned I need to close this other tab. I'm getting distracted. The Hammerlord mentioned that the only other person who would know is the head of the Holy Library.
Yeah, offhand, the only person he knows for sure, or at least very likely would know,
Yeah.
is
The
the head
only other
librarian.
person who has any direct knowledge about followers of Zareem were the head of the Holy Library. Give me a summary of what you said after that.
It's like, Barrack was just like, understood. Can't, it may be a very unlikely lead that it could just be somebody using that knowledge, but we can't, rule it out without asking more, looking more into it, and, just being like, hey, rather not, might be better to have people like us look into it, because knowing us as dwarves, the gossip, the rumor mill will just go have a field day with the Hammer Lord or his men looking into it.
Okay, that's fair. Okay, I see. Thank you for catching me up on my own inability to focus. Uh, it might be a good lead to ask. I don't know if anyone went in the library recently asking questions about Zareen and her followers.
It could be one of those maybe not outright asked, but subtly asked, and it's one of those things where could be easier to potentially easier to find if you know if you have people like us who are you know who are I say this like the quote unquote uninvolved with what happened, like outsiders who may not or at least for everyone here besides me, just about outsiders might not know much about it, because we could potentially explain away everyone else as they heard about it and they just want to get more information.
Hmm.
And that could put by that could potentially get the flag up of potentially either finding out more about the person behind it, or even the rare scenario being chance meeting of them, or at least finding out more information about them. But yeah, at the very least, we there are several things that could be looked into. Obviously, one of them being the obvious, you know, um, follower of Zareem, but then also, with the wandering scholars and the adventurers, it's stuff that we could look into. Besides that, it's just working on planning, potential some extra fail saves at the party or festival itself to potentially draw the person in like essentially into a trap. Like,
Well, I do like your idea of undercover guards. That is something I will certainly make use of. Um, hmm.
and I know I know there's information that I know it is a sensitive topic for you, but if there's potentially ways to potentially simulate similar conditions with potential for undercover guards most likely nearby, we could there's a chance to lead whoever did it into a trap, you essentially using the festival as the means to trap them.
Yes, indeed. I will see about these festival grounds. I will see about making sure gates can be locked. And I will find a strategic way to position my guards is to quickly cut certain areas off in sort of a grid if need be.
Indeed. And as said, obviously have the, the guards there that are, obvious, obvious guards are obvious, but then also, have the undercover guards, you know, like some, and spread out the undercover guards, some around the edges, but also some floating amongst the people enjoying with those festivities.
Have you any other ideas or advice to give?
As of now, I think that's most of what I could think of right now. I'm sure I might think of more later and, coming up. And probably, and if that's the case, I'm sure there are ways to contact you through secure means. Likely through my father.
Indeed. I will also let my guards and my other staff know that you are to be allowed into my in to see me like this whenever you need to.
Indeed. And in the off chance, you know, do not be afraid to use things like detect magic. Just, I understand it's for, security reasons. If, to have people who know such things nearby.
Of course. Precautions will be taken.
Yeah.
Magic especially.
Yeah. Magic especially considering, as you likely know, there's a number of different ways that one can use magic to change appearances. And, not only change appearances, but cause people to act differently than, normal.
Indeed. The abilities of magic are something that one cannot simply leave outside of the party.
Indeed. So that would actually be something to keep in mind as well.
I will keep that in mind.
Because it might not be the obvious, big shebang, like big magic, i.e. something like fireball. It could be some, there is always the potential of somebody, leading back to, some of the stuff that, whoever it was could have used like some combination of like disguise self plus of magics like, disguising themselves plus like some other actions that, magics that can make it hard to, immediately know what's going on.
Indeed.
So
I only wish I could reasonably prepare for more. There are too many things that could go wrong with any
Yeah.
plan.
Indeed. Too many variables to prepare for everything. At the very least, we do have a good start as to, at least what I could look into and what some of the, if any of my party members are willing to help, look into.
Indeed. Thank you, Beric, for your thoughts, your advice. They are greatly appreciated.
And I, I did try, doing my best as I did, as I will all as I know you wanted to keep this as a private matter, but well, I say a bit more of a quote unquote private matter because I know you were asking for somebody who was, at least amongst my family, that was a bit more unbiased as to what was going on. And then, and if there's anything else you need, you do know where to contact me.
Certainly. If anything else is needed, I will send word to you or your family.
And if there's nothing else that you require of me or my party as of now, we could take our leave.
It might be best for now. You have given me many good ideas, things I shall think on. Ways to plan, ways to organize. Thank you. I trust you are going out to take a look at some of these leads.
Indeed. Like I know I myself will be starting to look into some of that.
Very good. Then I know things are in good hands.
Indeed. And then, I'll make the, dwarven gesture, of at least, with respects to the Hammer Lord, taking my leave, respectfully taking my leave, and
Val will also do a bow.
As does Gavin.
Takes Mara an extra moment. She sees what everyone else is doing. It's like, oh, okay.
Oh, we're doing this.
yeah.
And Gideon will also bow, yeah. Gideon also bows.
And we will, leave after, the wait for the Hammer Lord to give the, go ahead for the guards to open the doors, leave.
Yeah, the 15 seconds worth of loud earth-shaking locks.
Just the fucking.
Excuse me.
No.
There's no excuse.
All right, fine. I see how.
Excellent, excellent. I'm glad we haven't lost our sense of humor. I will also say, Barrick, very proud of you for powering through that moment and taking the lead. That was very good.
And also may not have been like, you know what? Let's get, we're doing the savior thing, planning. Wait a minute. You said you had leads. What were the other leads?
All right, all right. Good on you, everyone. Good on you, everyone. And indeed, the 15 seconds of security devices unlocking sounds, and then you are free to move about to whatever you plan to do next.
Port crimes.
I think
Someplace-
Val's just gonna stick with Barrick, so wherever Barrick ends up going, Val will probably be going with him.
Someplace quiet to talk for a moment, perhaps.
Yep. I could certainly lead you guys to the. And I'll lead the party to a quiet spot to talk.
I will Mordenkainen's private sanctum that place just to be sure. All right. So one lead got out of that. Definitely need to talk to the
The head librarian.
yes, her. Though honestly, if it's according to him, she's the only other person who knows about that
Who
sort of
knows
stuff.
offhand?
Offhand, that also puts him on the list of suspicious people. And not to throw blame around here, but he was acting suspicious in the case of asking about the crime scene. It's the only way to gather information, considering the crime scene is long since cleaned up.
Understandable, and but also, I do get that, and then, but at the same time, also, I know it's probably a little bit of a touchy subject for him because it is his own child.
Absolutely. And especially if he didn't do it.
Yeah.
But at the same time, well, my job requires me to be suspicious of everyone in cases like these.
Also, unfortunately, regardless, it was his child. The fact that he's withholding information about the person, well, about evidence essentially that of the person who did this to his daughter is not great. The Hammer Lord may be a good ruler, but unfortunately, as someone who has been a victim of the people closest to me, he trusts too easily in the fact that his people won't betray him.
We need to find out basically anyone and everyone who is close to the princess.
You're talking handmaidens, guards, maids,
Secret lovers, anyone.
anyone, anything, other relatives even.
Because if this is not a crime of the of this supposed cult, which honestly, to me, Occam's razor, it most likely is not.
I wouldn't necessarily put stock in that. I think Zareem, in some way, shape, or form, has followers here in some capacity.
Zareem
question
probably has
is-
followers everywhere. The question is, do any of them have the power or the capability or the reach? And the answer is not likely. Again, Occam's razor, I'm not throwing out the possibility that that did happen. I'm also not throwing out the possibility that someone has survived for literally 2,000 years. I'm here, after all,
I
having been missing in a
understand.
time loop.
Yes,
But
I
the
understand that.
most
That's not what I was saying, though. I'm not saying that maybe the person who did this isn't a follower of Zareem. That is very likely. I'm also thinking in the aspect of the fact that they could be just using Zareem's name as a cover up.
Exactly. That's the most likely thing that's happening. Again, Occam's razor. Usually the simplest solution is the correct one. And quite frankly,
Well, if that's the case, then the simplest solution here is the fact that Zareem has a follower here who is fulfilling orders on behalf of Zareem. That's the
No.
simplest solution
No, because Zareem hasn't had followers for 2,000 years.
that we know
That anyone
of
has known
publicly.
of. That anyone has known of. What you're suggesting is a massive conspiracy where people have survived for 2,000 years.
or an entire underground cult has gone into deep hiding.
Again, that's a
they
bit more
said-
far-fetched and a very, very easy tool for gossip to be used for.
And
Well,
start
gossip is-
also longer-lived races. A few
Longer
of those
lived races, and
could
we're in a
be-
country where gossip and rumors are the pretty much almost the lifeblood as alcohol is.
Look, they're not extinct. They said that she still has 60 followers. They also
No,
said
she
that the
no,
way
they
she
said that
died,
she only ever had
Was it
60
not?
followers.
only
Yes.
ever had 60.
Yes.
officially.
And it's officially that were recognized, and that was all we knew about that.
Officially recognized, but only ever had 60. We don't know what happened to them, if there's more than that. 60 that was 60 recognized. But apparently the
need
way
to know-
she died,
We would need to know more about those followers, for one thing. And also, just in case this goes along with that, whoever's looking into that particular matter needs to find out who else has been looking into that information.
I think there's also one other thing we should importantly look into. This is not a subject familiar to me, but maybe to Dr. Gavin or you, Barrick, maybe Gideon, with Gloria, and but the calling card, a drop of blood turned to stone. Is that a common ritual that could be performed by anybody if done right, or is that a special circumstance thing? I think that's something that we need to look into as well.
We also
Mm,
can't take his word for it. We have no access to the crime scene. We have no access to the evidence. We would need someone to go and find the evidence.
Sorry, that shit was not at you guys. That was at Chuck.
I got so worried. I thought he was about to say we need to fucking kill him.
Val
We need to-
fucking snapped.
We need to find the evidence that we are being denied. We cannot take anything by word alone.
Look,
I think the better question is how long ago was the murder?
why didn't
Weren't we
that-
told that
what-
information when we first walked in?
You'd basically have an idea that it was within the month.
Within the month?
Within the month. Okay, so 30
So, like,
days,
right-
3 weeks.
So probably like right before we arrived.
The thing about a teardrop turned to stone is that, well, such a thing could easily be forged. Especially in a nation known for its stone cutters and metal workers.
Listen, hold on. Give me a moment. What do you mean by finding the evidence?
Find the teardrop.
That it?
And if it were possible to find the body, then yes.
Absolutely not.
Why not?
We don't
Listen,
necessarily
why
need a
not?
body.
What do you mean? Why not? It's his fucking dead daughter. If he doesn't want the body to be seen, we will leave the body damn well alone.
And what if he's the murderer? We can't rule that out now, can we?
Of course not. But for all we know, he's innocent, and we should believe that that is so.
I can't do that. It is against my job to do that. To simply make assumptions.
It's not your fucking job here now, is it?
Actually,
Un-
it is.
What?
Wherever I am, it is.
Not your kingdom.
I'm under the orders of my king. What does my king think?
That Gideon is right. That this isn't our kingdom. It's not even our business. We are merely guests here. And as far as I honestly see it, if I were going to stay fully true to that statement, which I won't, then I would have us hightailing it back to Lilarica or moving on. But I'm not going to. There's a matter here that directly involves Barrick, and I'm sure Barrick is going to stay and fulfill it no matter what. Looks to Barrick.
Yeah, you're not wrong. I would be have to be dragged kicking and screaming.
And I'm not going to leave Barrick behind to handle this on his own. We'll support Barrick, but we're supporting Barrick. Just as you guys supported me in Lilarica, we're supporting him here. So Barrick, what do we do?
As of now, well, we cannot outright rule out the Hammer Lord. We do have to take into consideration if there is that floating possibility of him at least knowing something. But we were given a few things at least start looking into, because I can guarantee you planning for that festival, that event will take a little bit of time. Knowing the Hammer Lord, at least from what I recall of the Hammer Lord. But we do have some things that we could start looking into now. Obviously, one point of interest is talking to the head librarian that he had mentioned.
Yeah, the head of the Holy Library, right?
Yeah. Because they were the only person who the Hammer Lord knew offhand, at least more information about, the cultists and, followers of the goddess Reem than really anyone. So the biggest thing to going into that would be, essentially, was there anyone else besides us who was recently looking into that? Another lead, was the potential of the scholars that were asking odd questions. Could just be scholars, but as of right now, since we don't have all the information, we can't rule out anyone at this point. Adventures themselves, we'll have to look into how long they were staying.
Adventurers, the traveling scholars, even really, in all honesty, other nobility. We don't know if there's at least us as outsiders, Barrick, you would probably have a better idea if this were the case. But we don't know if there's currently strife with the nobles and the royal family.
Indeed, and I know. Well, I myself would not likely know because of how long I've been outside of the country. I'm sure my family likely knows at least a bit. Or at least have heard, some of the rumors, considering, as was mentioned, us dwarves can be a bit. We love our gossip. We could likely find at least some gossip surrounding, the latest nobility spats. The biggest thing with that, it's just sifting through all that.
Okay, this is another important question somewhat. Do we know if the Lord was the one who found the body, and was he the only one to remove said body?
No one knows. None of us
Yeah.
know
Well,
because
we should find that out.
I asked the question to the king about the crime scene, how she was found and everything, and we got told to piss off.
The only reason why I didn't push that further was knowing just was because of the fact that he might have just shut up and just refused to say anything more, even to me. That's the only reason why I did not push it right then.
I have an idea
So do
of
I,
how we could
actually.
maybe get it out of him.
Oh, I had a different idea, but go ahead.
Let's give him a couple of days to cool off. We'll go and look at these other leads. But let's make it a point in about probably 2 to 3 days, Barrick, that you alone go back to the Hammer Lord and ask him. He might
if
be
there's-
more willing to talk to you, and if you're alone.
Yeah.
You can borrow Knight Rider to get there and back quickly, so you don't have to walk through the whole city.
That would definitely be an idea to consider. Because I know he definitely did seem very touchy when you guys were asking about it. So,
But it makes sense. We're
Yeah.
outsiders to the Dwarven nation. It'd be the equivalent of telling a stranger down the road your own personal business.
yeah, and it's just some of those. And as I had stated earlier, I wasn't going to push that topic more because he was not just reading what reading between the lines. He was not like say anything outright when to you
I
guys.
think so long as we were there, I don't think he would have budged on talking about it.
Yeah.
But I think he might open up if it's just you by yourself.
Yeah. And then, what was your idea, Gavin?
Right. Mora.
Yeah.
Complete, absolute shot in the dark. Right? We've had direct conversations and encounters with gods practically every other week at this point for the past few months. Would it be possible, yourself as a follower of her, to ask Ophelia about some of this? Possibly even for a chance to speak to the spirit of the fallen princess.
Ooh. Okay. I'll try. All right.
Hold on. Before you do that, Mara, before you do that, I am going to leave.
Oh yeah, that's right. Still probably a bit touchy between you and
think
with all that's
touchy is
happening.
I think touchy is a bit of an understatement there, Barrick.
Yeah.
And with that, Val will pull out Knight Rider and Polaris.
That is entirely fair. You be safe out there.
I'll probably actually head to the Temple of Life to pray again. And with that, I'll pull Polaris out, summon him, and leave.
Good blessings to you.
But yeah, this would probably be the time tomorrow while we still are under the effects of the spell that Gavin placed down.
Maybe, divination spells cancel time. Oh, that would depend on if a god or a goddess can see through it, which I suspect very easily that they can, because even though it blocks most divination stuff, it's still a 4th level spell.
It's divination versus literal divinity.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Ara's doing. Head down, start praying to Ophelia. Ask. Speak with her. Knows anything about. This.
This is the part where the DM said, "Oh shit."
Oh no, I actually am relatively well prepared for this. I've just been thinking of how to approach it.
How many rhymes will you speak in?
None, because she doesn't speak in rhymes.
Oh, missed opportunity.
I've already spoken as the goddess of death before to you guys. She doesn't do rhymes. That's not her style.
Yeah, that's the second goddess of death. We don't talk about her.
Ha.
What, Galactus?
Got it.
Galactus
So-
only speaking on iambic pentameter.
You do feel that she turns her gaze toward you. You feel that she asks, how much would you like to know? This is just you, Mara, that is hearing this.
Everything. Help us figure out.
Roll persuasion.
So you feel almost a guiding hand, and you feel your own hands are resting on the hilt of your very own enchanted sword. A reminder of one of its abilities. Seek this and buy it. You may learn what you wish to know. If you like, I can just remind you.
Yeah, no, I've got it.
Okay.
Both. Sex. Okay.
I ask that you have faith. Use this ability of your blade, and I will guide it to give what you seek.
Very well. Yeah. Lightly pull out. She pulls out her. I am going
Okay. As you think this word, there is a cold that envelops. Your senses as if you had gently dunked your head underneath the cold waters of the ocean. It's a little shocking at first, and soon something begins to come into focus, and you're standing. In the halls, you hear someone arguing. You hear someone yelling back and forth, and you see whom must be the princess and the king that you just saw. They seem to be arguing over something. It's heated. She points to him. He makes a sweeping gesture with a hand. She steps back, looks hurt, and she turns and leaves. As she leaves, where you're standing seems to shift. Now you're stood outside a door, and you can hear her in her own room. She's crying, and your hand involuntarily reaches out to touch the door, and you hear her say, "Come in." You do, and you approach and sit down beside her. You seem to be comforting. You seem to be lending an ear to her plight. It seems that he is frustrated, that she may not wish to pursue the throne. She wants to uphold her duty to the royal family, but she isn't ready. She seems aware that his health may not last as long as the country hopes so. It is then in this moment that she starts to stand, and she walks over and is looking into a mirror. You stand, and you yourself, Mara, are familiar with this. The thrill of a moment to arrive, the thrill of a kill coming just up in front of you. Your hands reach for something on your belt, a dagger, serrated, rusted. It looks like it has never once been cleaned of any previous kill, and yet still seems pointed and deadly as ever. The first strike is quick, driven into the spine. The second strike between the ribs. A third, a fourth. and so on. She doesn't even make a sound. Between the shock and how rapid these strikes are, there's no time for her to. And she collapses. She manages to gurgle out one word. Why? Before you witness the life leave her eyes. Glancing into the mirror, you see a face. Not one that you noticed, but one you can describe. They appear perhaps that they could be a guardsman, but one of standing. Your attire is fanciful. You'd have to maybe be nobility of some kind. You have ready access to weapons. None of them seem too ceremonial. They're all practical. It could be that you're a bodyguard. And you can see that there is a blemish on your left cheek, and eyes that are a dulled brown. Odd as well for a dwarf is that your beard is very short trimmed. You stare in revelry at the corpse now made in front of you, relishing in this gift to your goddess. Then you put away the weapon. It seems to vanish, to disappear. You compose yourself, breath changing to one of rapid pain. You seem to be taking on an actor's role. You seem to be bringing upon yourself an air of panic. And then you call out, "Help! Help! There's been something to happen! Everyone, quick! Guards!" Indeed, guards rush into the room, weapons drawn, and you, whomever you are, make some rapid plea that someone had fled out a window. With these guards, you go rushing out into the streets in order to chase the murderer, but all the while, you know in your mind that it was you. And you're taken back to this memory. You seem to have been seeing it from this killer's perspective. It is at this that sensation of having been plunged into cold waters vanishes. And you're back in your own senses as Mara.
Alright, so so you guys suddenly see Mara stumble back, almost fall over at the sight she as starts trying to catch her breath.
Gavin leans down to support her slightly. Yep. Those god visions are fun, aren't they?
Well, wasn't the Forge Lord. It was some guard, someone of high standing.
Were you able? Were you able to get a good look at who they were?
I wasn't able. Not anyone I saw. before, but he had a short beard for a dwarf and blemish on his.
Immediately whips out paper, writes it down. It's like, so you're saying you saw the face?
Yeah, and the way the prince treated him seemed like someone she knew, trusted.
Hair color? Any scars besides that blemish? Eye color, possibly?
I've forgotten those, Lana.
Thankfully, I had heard Gideon already typing them down.
Yeah, it's in the notes.
Dull brown
I-
eyes. No hair color. Okay, but dull brown eyes.
Right, his eyes were a dull brown.
I do have some extra paper here if you want to make the attempt at drawing what you saw, like who you saw.
Oh, okay.
And I will go ahead and can I give I know it's not, I'm not sure if it would technically count as a skill or like tool or proficiency. I'm gonna give her, if Lana, if you allow it, use of my channel divinity knowledge of the ages. As an action, I could use channel divinity to. Oh no, that's not it. That's only for myself. Dang it.
Hold on, Mara. Try to describe it as best as you can to Barrick. Barrick, you just draw it to the best of your ability, and then you two can compare it.
Alright.
Okay. We'll start describing the man to the best of her ability.
And Barrick, to the best of his ability, using his use of his channel divinity, to gain proficiency with any skill or tool for 10 minutes, will do his best to, draw to the best, to the best of his abilities. Trying to stay as close as he can to what, Mara describes to him.
Need any rolls for that, or?
So I might not have caught what you guys were specifically attempting to do.
Okay,
Be able to, in short order, describe
essentially what Koga had written down, police style sketch style, where Mara describes it, and Barrick using his like channel divinity knowledge of the arts to gain proficiency with any skill or tool to essentially like gain proficiency in drawing.
It's fresh enough in your mind that if it had been done like a day later or so, I'd make it be a roll, but since you're doing it right off the back of it, I'll just let you go.
Gotcha.
Like that moment when, you just woke up from a dream and still remember everything vividly, but then 10 minutes later you remember absolutely none of it.
But then after, likely after, it's done, Barrick will be like, was this who you saw? I'm assuming it's probably very close, close to accurate, drawing of or at least as close as he can make it, drawing of who she saw.
Assuming it is. That's much it.
Alright, Chet should again use another piece of paper to copy that drawing, just in case that one gets damaged, burnt, or whatever.
I'm gonna do a quick memorize of that just to make sure that's permanently seared into my brain.
Alright, I will also ask that we wrap this up here in the next few minutes because we are already over time somewhat. Okay?
I mean, I will say that actually does help narrow it down now. It's just,
That's an understatement.
yeah,
We know who it is, we just don't have a name.
rip Shillera.
Ripperonis.
Yep.
He also gave himself the cover by pretending to have discovered body.
Well, that actually narrows it down that much.
Were you able to glean if he really was at least a follower of this murder goddess? Maybe not an original, but at least a follower, a devotee of some sort?
I didn't anything about.
Mara, sorry to
Yeah.
interrupt. No, this is out of character. So, Sarah. Yeah, you explicitly know that he does worship a god.
Or at least a goddess, and the fact that got the thrill of the the thrill of the kill, and
And it's not his first.
It may not be explicitly said as to who the goddess was, but the fact that it was a goddess, and very much got the thrill of it, and kind of like as a like in kind of like for the goddess, kind of implying one.
I think now would be a good time to stop.
Okay. I was going to ask last minute, because if not, then we're calling it here.
We've got an excellent lead here. I'm very glad my brain just decided to wander drift and say, wait, isn't one of our players the devotee of the goddess of death?
Yeah.
This is the equivalent of catching the murder literally on camera.
And
The
that's why
person
also
looking dead at it.
4K ray traced.
yeah. And then also, like, not only that, I was just like Barrick was like, heard the fact that Gavin had the idea, and was like, all right, Val, that is a good idea. Let's also see what Gavin's thought was.
There is an alternate universe where Val sucked around, and the Death God just immediately smited him, and then it carried on as normal.
Gavin's entire thought process was, well, this is probably a lot simpler than it actually seems to be, but wait a minute. We have the perfect way to already figure this out.
This is the equivalent of us having to solve a riddle, and Barrett just asking his god directly.
So yeah, we know who to find and who to stab.
Only thing we're missing is name.
Name, but given descriptions and knowing, it's like no, given descriptions and Barrick's family.
Oh yeah. Man, I can't wait to eat this person
Oh,
by
wait,
accident.
Know what? Know what we should do? You know what we should do next session? Literally just turn around and head right back to the Lord Forger.
The Hammer
Like-
Lord.
Yeah, imagine being the Hammer Lord, telling these guys about your daughter's traffic murder, and not even 5 minutes after they leave, they come back with like a full description of the murderer.
Yeah.
I feel like even in a place where, you know, they know fairly far-fetched. Ah, yes, one of
Imagine
the
the-
people you invited in to be the priestess of the death god.
You know, it was barely. How did you guys find out? How did you know? It was easy, barely an inconvenience. They tried using magic, idiot.
Have you tried? Have you
It wasn't even
considered-
magic. We got religion.
No, it's like
Yeah, but-
Tried praying, idiot.
have you considered having a connection to Lady Death?
See, this is what happens when you have the powers of God and anime on your side.
You know, if you were smart, you would just pray to your god for knowledge about the murderer. But you know,
Oh, that's
Well-
mean.
Well, here's the thing: general knowledge, but kind of have to remember it's about it's surrounding a death. Death is not his domain. His domain is knowledge.
okay, but
He
okay,
knows
but
about
no, hold on. Lana,
Knowledge
you back
as
me up
in
on
like
this.
learning and
Learning,
general
yeah.
information and
Lana,
And knowing how to
scholastic
do
stuff and
things.
Okay, hold
whatnot.
on. Let
No,
Gideon
hold on.
speak.
no, Lana can back me up there. We had a whole ass argument, a whole ass debate on if the knowledge of the dead would be the death goddess's domain or the knowledge god's domain, and Lana said that it still falls under the knowledge god.
Yes, technically, but he generally leaves that to the goddess of goddess of death, because
But so he was still no regardless.
he doesn't like to step on toes. So, especially when it's
That's the whole
concerning
thing
another
about learning
god's
knowledge. You
domain.
gotta earn it.
Did someone call Val?
Also, could
But yeah, that would be so fucking mean. You know, all Mara had to do was pray for 5 seconds to a death goddess. If you prayed to your knowledge god and he didn't tell you, maybe you're not doing it right.
Oh boy.
Oh. But anyways, I hope that everyone here enjoyed. Noticed that we had quite a few more viewers than normal, so awesome. Glad to see more people had arrived. But
Especially even with all the
Technical difficulties.
yeah.
indeed.
But yeah. As a reminder, we play this game every other week at
We attempt to.
every other week at every other Friday from 7 to basically midnight EST CST 8 to 1 CST.
Well, 8 to midnight at
Yeah.
the very least, Eastern.
Yeah, we rarely ever end actually on time, so. But
Or begin on time, unfortunately.
yeah, it's more
As
like
is-
7:30 to 11:30.
I mean, as is the course with all D&D groups.
But today we have actual excuses. We had technical problems.
But yeah, and also every other stream that we have done on YouTube is available. It's in a playlist. Yeah. It doesn't go all the way to the start of the campaign, just to when I started streaming on YouTube. But yeah, should bring you back decently far enough. But I hope you enjoy, and I hope I see you all next time. Goodbye.
Okay, so